It is that specific, heavy hour of the night when the house has finally gone still, but your mind is still tracing the outlines of the people you love. The air in the room feels dense, almost liquid, as the temperature drops and the familiar hum of the refrigerator or the distant rhythmic pulse of a neighbor's car engine fades into the background. You are lying here, perhaps watching the way a single jagged shadow from a tree branch shifts slowly across the ceiling, or simply listening to the hollow, rhythmic tide of your own breathing. And in this stillness, you are feeling the weight of a certain kind of loneliness. It isn't the sharp, stinging loneliness that comes from being alone in a room. It is the more subtle, aching loneliness of realizing that you are no longer the person they think you are. There is a grief in this realization, isn't there? It is a physical sensation, a quiet, pulling tension in your chest, right behind the sternum, that tightens when you notice you have outgrown the roles you once played so easily. You still love them. You love them with a deep, steady warmth that hasn't faded. A love that feels like an anchor rooted in years of shared meals, inside jokes, and the simple, comfortable gravity of being known. But the version of you that they know, the version that was easier to hold, the one that knew exactly how to yield, the one that stayed small so that others could feel large or comfortable, that person is drifting away. And as that person leaves, you might feel a strange, cold sense of betrayal, a sudden guilt that prickles at your skin as if by changing, you are somehow withdrawing your affection or abandoning a shared history. It feels as though if you stop playing the part, the connection might snap. You find yourself wondering if you can still belong to them if you no longer fit the shape they expect. You might find yourself retracing conversations from earlier in the day, the words looping in your mind like a worn film strip, searching for the moment where you slipped back into an old habit, or where you stayed silent to keep the peace, or where you smiled at a joke that no longer makes you laugh, but you did it anyway, just to keep the air between you from turning sharp. You are checking to see if you are still you in their eyes, even as you feel the internal architecture of your soul shifting, expanding, or contracting into a shape they cannot yet see. The night has a way of making these shifts feel monumental. The darkness offers no distractions, no screens to scroll through, no tasks to complete. There is only the sensation of your own skin against the cool cotton of the sheets, and the realization that the person you were yesterday is slightly less present than the person you are tonight. It is a quiet, tectonic movement, a slow grinding of plates beneath the surface of your identity. Tonight, I am not here to give you answers. I'm not here to tell you how to fix the connections that feel strained, or to help you decide who to keep close and who to let drift. We don't need to find a solution or a way to bridge the gap right now. There is enough pressure during the daylight hours to be certain, to be resolved, to be the person the world requires of you. In this hour, we don't need to be anything at all. There is no need to reach for a way out of this feeling or to try to rationalize the discomfort. I am just here to sit with you in that space, in the quiet, liminal transition between who you were and who you are becoming. We are only going to listen to a few stories of people who have stood in this same twilight, people who have felt the physical discomfort of a shifting shape and who have learned that love can remain even when the old way of being together no longer works. We will see people like Anna standing in the heavy, ringing silence of the kitchen after a family dinner, feeling the distance grow even as the room is full of voices. We will sit with Mark navigating the slow, heavy movement of change as he stares out the window of a darkened train, realizing the path ahead is wider than the one he left behind. We will walk with Leah and Simon and Julia and Ben and Rachel and Brother Thomas, all of them discovering that the heart is capable of holding both the ache of what was and the quiet reality of what is. Let the weight of your body into the mattress. Notice the way the bed supports you, an unmoving, steady presence beneath your spine. Feel the way the sheets press against your skin, a texture you can lean into. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears, letting the tension drain down your arms and out through your fingertips into the air. Let the muscles around your eyes and your jaw soften, letting go of the need to hold a certain expression, a certain mask for someone else. There is nothing you need to hold on to right now. There is no need to perform or to explain or to be the person anyone expects you to be. You do not have to justify the person you are becoming. Just listen. Let the stories carry you. Let the breathing lead you. There is only this moment and the quiet and the permission to simply be. Story 1. When Anna realizes she has outgrown the family role that kept everyone comfortable. The house was finally still. The heavy front door had clicked shut nearly an hour ago, taking the sudden bright energy of the family dinner with it. Now the kitchen was left to its own quiet devices. Anna stood by the sink. Her weight shifted mostly to one foot. The only light came from the small amber bulb above the stove and the pale, watery glow of the porch light filtering through the window. The refrigerator hummed a low, steady note, a lonely sound that seemed to fill the empty corners of the room. On the counter, several plates were covered in crinkled aluminum foil, the edges slightly torn where hands had pulled them back to scoop the last of the potatoes. A few chairs had been left pulled away from the table, their legs marking small, uneven scuffs on the linoleum floor. She turned letting warm water run over her hands. The steam rose in a thin, translucent veil, warming her skin and blurring the edges of the room. She began to wash a floral ceramic plate, the one with the faded blue petals that always seemed to look brighter when the light hit them just right. As she scrubbed, her mind drifted back to the hour just before. She remembered the way her brother Mark had made that sharp, teasing remark about her job. It was the kind of joke that used to make her recoil, a little jab at the way she had chosen a quieter, less predictable life. In years past, she would have felt the familiar, reflexive tightening in her chest, a sudden urge to defend her choices or perhaps to apologize for them. She would have felt the need to bridge the gap, to offer a witty retort or a self-deprecating laugh just to smooth over the friction he had created. She would have worked so hard to make sure no one felt the tension she was feeling. But tonight, she had simply laughed along. It wasn't a hollow laugh, but it was different. She had felt the instinct to fix the moment, to play the part of the easygoing sister who wasn't bothered by anything, but she had let the instinct pass without acting on it. She had smoothed her expression, adopted that easy, placeless smile, and redirected the conversation towards something safer, like the weather or the dessert. She looked down at her hands in the soapy, iridescent water. She could see the way the bubbles gathered around her knuckles, popping slowly as she moved. She realized she had once again become the peacemaker, the one who absorbed the small, jagged edges of the conversation so that the meal could continue without a dent. It was a role she had played since she was a child. The one who stayed small enough to let everyone else feel comfortable in their own loudness. She had played it so well that no one even noticed she was shrinking. She reached for a dish towel and began to dry the plate, her movements slow and methodical. A folded cardigan left draped over the back of a chair caught her eye. It looked small and abandoned in the dim light. Looking at it, she felt a strange, quiet ache. It reminded her of how she used to dress for these dinners, choosing clothes that didn't demand attention, fabrics that blended into the background of the room. She thought about the silence she had maintained during the parts of the dinner that actually hurt. It wasn't a silence of resentment or a simmering anger. It was a silence of exhaustion. She had realized, somewhere between the main course and the dessert, that explaining who she was becoming felt too heavy a task for a Sunday evening. There was no use trying to force them to see the new shape of her life when the old version of her was still sitting right there in the chair, smiling and nodding. She could see the way her mother, Julia, looked at her with such deep affection, but an affection that was anchored to a person who no longer existed. The kitchen was cold now, the warmth of the dinner long gone, leaving only the scent of rosemary and roasted meat clinging to the air. She picked up a spoon, wiping a bit of stray sauce from the silver. The metal was cold against her thumb. She realized then that this kitchen, in all its emptiness and the mundane, repetitive task of cleaning wasn't a place of failure. It wasn't proof that she had failed to bridge the gap between who she was and who they needed her to be. It wasn't a sign that she was losing her connection to them. It was simply evidence. The warmth of the water, the stillness of the house, the way the light hit the damp porcelain. It was all evidence that she was moving, she was changing, and the kitchen was just the place where she was allowed to notice it. The person who could no longer hold the weight of their expectations was still here, but she was different. She was settling into a new, quieter truth, and for the first time the silence of the empty house didn't feel like something she had to fill. The emptiness wasn't a void. It was space. Space to breathe and space to be. Story 2. When Mark sees that old friendship now hurts more than it heals. The train moved with a rhythmic, hypnotic sway, a low thrumming that vibrated through the soles of Mark's shoes and settled deep in his bones. Outside the window, the world had dissolved into a blurred expanse of darkness, the landscape stripped of all detail. Occasionally, the darkness was broken by the sudden, sharp brightness of a station platform or a lonely signal light that slid past the glass, momentarily illuminating the interior of the carriage before vanishing again. Mark sat alone in the darkened corner of the car. His own reflection stared back at him from the window, a pale, tired face superimposed over the passing trees and empty fields. It was a ghostly image, a person layered over a void. In his hand he held a paper coffee cup. It had gone cold long ago, and the cardboard sleeve felt slightly damp and limp from the warmth that had long since dissipated. He traced the rim of the lid with his thumb, feeling the small plastic ridges. He was traveling home from a visit with Julian. They had been friends since they were children, a bond forged in the steady, predictable language of shared summers and the easy, unspoken secrets of growing up. For years, their friendship had been a gravity that Mark relied on. It was a constant. But as the train rattled through the night, Mark felt a strange, hollow ache in his chest, a sensation of being untethered. The evening had been filled with the old, familiar rhythm. They had sat in the same dim pub they always visited, surrounded by the same heavy wooden tables and the same low-slung lights that cast long amber shadows. The night had been filled with the rapid-fire jokes and the playful, biting insults that they had always called closeness. It was a way of communicating, a series of small, sharp jabs that were meant to show how much they could endure of one another. But tonight, the insults had felt heavy. When Julian had made a particularly sharp, mocking comment about Mark's recent lack of excitement or his new, quieter way of living, the old Mark would have met it with a quick, self-deprecating laugh. He would have turned the remark into a joke about his own boredom, using humor to deflect the sting and keep the momentum of the conversation moving. It was a practiced maneuver, a way of staying in the certain lane that Julian expected him to occupy. He would have played the part of the easygoing, unbothered friend, ensuring that nothing ever got too serious or too real. But tonight, Mark had felt the words land differently. He had felt a sharp, stinging bruise in his heart. He had sat there, smiling at the right moments, nodding when he was supposed to. But underneath the laughter, there was a quiet, growing realization. He no longer found nourishment in that kind of closeness. He no longer wanted to participate in the small, sharp cruelty that had once felt like a game. He had watched Julian's mouth move, watched the familiar smirk, and felt a profound sense of exhaustion, as if he were watching a movie he had already seen too many times, one that no longer moved him. He looked down at his wrinkled train ticket, held loosely between his fingers. The paper was thin and slightly frayed at the edges softened by the humidity of the carriage. He wondered if loyalty was a matter of endurance, if being a good friend meant pretending that the sting wasn't there and maintaining the shape of a relationship that required him to suppress his own growing sensitivity. He wondered if by changing, he was effectively breaking a contract he had signed years ago, leaving Julian behind in a version of their friendship that Mark could no longer inhabit. The conductor's voice drifted through the aisle, a muffled, rhythmic announcement of an approaching station, the words slightly distorted by the movement of the train. Mark watched the lights of a distant, nameless town flicker and fade into the black. He thought about the person he was becoming, someone who sought more stillness, someone who valued softness, and a certain kind of gentle honesty over the sharp wit of his youth. He felt the weight of the person he used to be, a version of himself that was much easier for Julian to interact with, because that version never demanded anything more than a well-timed joke. That version of Mark was a shield, a way to keep the world at a safe, shallow distance. Now the shield was thinning. He could feel the cool air of the night pressing against the edges of his thoughts. He felt a quiet, lonely grief for the ease of that old, careless bond, even as he recognized that he could no longer force himself back into that shape. It was like trying to wear a coat that had become much too small. The fabric was tight across the shoulders, restricting his breath, making every movement a struggle. The train continued its steady, lonely progress, carrying him away from the memory of the pub and toward a version of himself that he no longer wanted to joke away. He didn't have a map for this new, quieter terrain, and the uncertainty of it felt like a cold weight in his stomach. But as the train settled into its long, dark journey through the night, he felt a small, quiet permission to let the old jokes die, even if the silence that followed felt much larger than he was used to. He let his head rest against the cold window, letting the vibration of the tracks lull him into a space where he didn't have to be anyone at all. Story 3. When Leah understands that love and emotional fit are no longer the same. The early gray light of morning filtered through the sheer curtains of the guest room, casting a soft, indistinct glow over the space. It was the kind of light that didn't so much illuminate the room as it did blur its edges, making the furniture look like soft, sleeping shapes. Leah sat on the edge of the bed, her movements slow and heavy, as if she were still physically anchored to the weekend that had just passed. Her weight on the mattress caused a slight rhythmic creak, a small sound that felt loud in the stillness. Beside her, an overnight bag sat half on the floor, its contents a jumble of necessities and things she had forgotten to pack. A stray sock peeked out from a corner. A half-used tube of lotion lay uncapped near a paperback book she had meant to finish. The teeth of the zipper were caught momentarily on a stray thread from her sweater, creating a small, stubborn tension in the quiet room. She tugged at the metal pull, feeling that tiny resistance, the way things often snag when you try to move too quickly. She reached for a borrowed mug of tea that had been sitting on the nightstand. It had gone lukewarm, a thin, dark film settling on the surface, reflecting the dim light of the morning. The room smelled faintly of the lavender sachets Sarah kept in the dresser drawers, and the old woody scent of a house that had stood for many decades. On the windowsill, a thin layer of fog had formed against the glass, turning the trees outside into green, shapeless masses hiding the world from view. The world felt small, contained entirely within these four walls. She had spent the weekend with her sister. It had been a weekend of shared meals, long walks through the garden, enough laughter to fill a room, and the familiar rhythmic pattern of their childhood. They had sat in the same spots they always sat in. They had talked about the same people, revisited the same old stories, and navigated the same family dynamics. But as she prepared to leave, Leah felt a profound, quiet sense of grief. It wasn't a grief born of anger or a specific argument. There had been no shouting, no sudden realization that could be pointed to like a wound. Instead, it was just the heavy, settling sadness of noticing that Sarah still saw her as the younger self, the girl who always yielded first, the one who would step aside to let Sarah take the lead, the one who was easily managed. Leah remembered the dinner from the night before. She had tried to share a small, significant detail about her life, a change in her work, a shift in her perspective on something important, and she had watched Sarah's eyes. Sarah hadn't been unkind. She had simply smiled, offered a piece of chicken, and moved the conversation back to a shared memory of their cousin, Ben. It was a gentle redirection, a way of smoothing over a new edge that didn't belong in the old pattern. Every time Leah had tried to express a new boundary or a different way of seeing a family matter, she had seen that subtle, puzzled look on Sarah's face. It was a look of mild confusion, as if Leah were speaking a language that had suddenly lost its meaning, or as if she were wearing a costume that didn't quite fit the person Sarah was talking to. Sarah would simply steer the conversation back to a familiar territory, back to the version of Leah that was safe, predictable, and easy to hold. Leah reached into her coat pocket, which hung draped over the chair, and felt the small, crumpled square of a tissue she had used earlier to wipe her eyes after a particularly sentimental moment during dinner. The fabric of the pocket was soft, worn thin by years of use. She pulled the tissue out and looked at it, a small piece of debris from an emotional moment that had passed. She looked back at the zipper of her bag, slowly working the metal teeth past the snagged thread. One by one, the teeth slid into place, clicking softly. It was a slow process, requiring a steady hand and patience. She realized then that the affection between them was still very much present. The love was there, as solid and as certain as the wooden floor beneath her feet. She still loved the way Sarah laughed at her own jokes. She still loved the way her sister remembered exactly how she liked her tea, the warmth of the house, the shared history, the very air of the room. It all held the weight of their shared life. But the fit was different now. The shape of their relationship, once so seamless and easy, was now catching on the edges of the person Leah had become. The grief wasn't about losing Sarah. It was about the loss of the person Leah used to be when she was with her. It was the realization that she could no longer inhabit that smaller, more accommodating version of herself without feeling a quiet, internal ache. She didn't feel the need to stay and explain. She didn't feel the urge to launch into a long, exhausting defense of her new life or to force a confrontation just to prove she had changed. There was no point in trying to bridge a gap that only existed in the way they looked at one another. To explain would be to ask Sarah to change, and Leah wasn't ready to demand that of her. She simply picked up her bag, feeling the weight of it on her shoulder, and prepared to drive away. She would carry the truth of her change with her as quietly as a secret, leaving the room exactly as it was, but leaving herself somewhere entirely new. The fog on the window was beginning to lift, just slightly, revealing the first pale, uncertain light of a day that belonged only to her. Story 4. When Simon says no and fears love will change because of it. The back steps of the community hall were damp with the evening dew, feeling slick and cold beneath Simon's palms. Behind him, the heavy wooden door had clicked shut with a single dull thud, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very wood of the porch. That sound had severed the connection, cutting off the lingering warmth of the kitchen, the smell of roasted vegetables, and the low, comforting hum of the group. Now there was only the stillness of the yard. The string lights that had been draped along the eaves had been switched off, leaving the space in a deep, velvety shadow. The only light came from a pale, silver rim of a moon struggling to show itself behind thin, wandering clouds. The darkness felt thick, almost tactile, pressing against his skin like a heavy, damp wool blanket. Simon sat on the top step, his elbows resting heavily on his knees. The night air was still, smelling of damp earth, cut grass, and the faint, lingering scent of wood smoke from a nearby fire pit that had burned low hours ago. He felt a profound sense of isolation, but it wasn't the loneliness of being forgotten. It was the loneliness of having finally stood up. A discarded paper plate sat on the step beside him, slightly crumpled, with a small, dried smudge of tomato sauce in the center. He stared at that smudge, watching how the dim lunar light caught the uneven texture of the paper. It looked so small, so inconsequential, yet his entire world felt tilted by the weight of the last 10 minutes. He had finally said it. The words had been quiet, almost whispered, but they had felt massive in the sudden ringing silence of the hallway. He had said no to the request that had been placed on his shoulders for months. A request from a friend he deeply respected, a man who had been a steady, guiding presence in his life for years. It was a request to take on a new responsibility, a committee role that would demand a certain kind of constant, frantic availability. It was a role that required Simon to be the person he used to be, the person who never said no, the person who always had the extra hour, the extra energy, the extra capacity to carry someone else's weight without ever complaining about the strain. Now, sitting in the dark, the aftermath felt like a physical pressure pressing against his sternum. A sharp, sudden flicker of panic rose in his chest, tight and fluttering like a trapped bird against his ribs. It was that familiar hollow ache that follows a boundary. He was terrified that by refusing this role, he had signaled a withdrawal of love. He was scared that the no would be interpreted as a closing of the heart, a subtle way of saying that the friendship itself was no longer worth the effort. He could still see the flicker of confusion in his friend's eyes, the way the man's smile had faltered just for a second before smoothing back into a polite mask. That second of hesitation felt like a canyon opening up between them. He felt a frantic, irrational urge to stand up, to run back through that heavy door, to find a way to undo the boundary he had just drawn, even if it meant suffocating the person he was becoming. He felt the urge to apologize, to stumble back into the light and say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I can do it. I'll figure out the schedule. I'll make it work." He wanted to bridge the gap, to pull the old, comfortable, predictable shape of their relationship back into place, even if that shape was starting to feel like a suit of armor that was 2 sizes too small. He looked down at his feet and noticed an untied shoelace trailing loosely in the dirt, a frayed white string against the dark gravel. The sight of it, so small and neglected, made him feel strangely untethered, as if he were unraveling along with the thread. He felt the impulse to fix it, to tighten everything, to return to the version of himself that was reliable, predictable, and always available. But as he sat there, the silence of the yard began to settle over him, pressing against his skin with a gentle, cooling weight. The wind moved through the nearby trees, making a shushing sound, like the world was telling him to be still. He took a breath, deep and slow, feeling the cool, damp air expand his ribs and then slowly leave his lungs, carrying a little bit of that tightness away with it. He thought about the way the trees in the yard didn't struggle to stay the same. They dropped leaves when they were heavy. They went dormant when the season changed. They didn't apologize for the shedding. They didn't feel guilty for the emptiness they left behind in the autumn. The panic didn't vanish, but it began to lose its jagged edge. He felt the dampness of the wooden railing against his arm, a steady, unmoving presence. He felt the solidness of the earth beneath the steps, indifferent to his uncertainty. He realized that the trees were still there, rooted and calm. The night was still moving forward, indifferent to his fear. He realized that the friendship might change. It might become thinner or more distant, or perhaps it would simply find a new, different shape. And while that thought brought a fresh wave of grief, it didn't bring the same terror. He was learning in the quietest, most difficult of ways that the body is capable of surviving the stillness that follows a difficult truth. The world did not fracture because he had chosen his own peace. He was still breathing. The air was still cool. He was still here. It is such a common trick of the heart, isn't it? We often find ourselves confusing the shape of a person with the love itself. We look at the people we care for, and we see these old, familiar outlines, the way we used to sit at the table, the way we used to respond to a certain joke, the way we used to swallow our own truths just to keep the air in the room calm. And we start to believe that these outlines are the only things keeping the connection alive. We mistake the comfort of a predictable role for the actual strength of the bond. In these quiet, late hours, that confusion tends to grow heavy. When the house is still and the distractions of the day have faded, there is this subtle, almost physical urge to crawl back into those old, recognizable versions of ourselves. It's a way of seeking safety. The uncertainty of a relationship that is shifting or stretching feels like a cold draft in an empty room. And our instinct is to pull the old, heavy blankets of our former selves tight around us, just to stop the shivering. We try to shrink ourselves back down into the dimensions that others find easy to hold, thinking that if we can just stay small enough, the friction between who we are and who they need us to be will finally disappear. But there is a quiet, steady truth sitting right there in the rhythm of your breathing. It is a realization that the ache we feel often doesn't come from the changing itself, but from the much harder work of trying to grip onto a version of ourselves that is already past. We try to hold on to a person who no longer exists, and in doing so, we lose the person who is actually here. We aren't meant to be statues fixed and frozen in the light, unchanging and unmoving. We are more like the movement of the air or the flow of a stream. The water that passes a smooth stone is never the same water that touched it a moment before, yet the river remains. The movement is the natural part. The change is the natural part. As you lie here now, just notice the weight of your body. Feel your shoulders settling deeper into the mattress, letting the floor take your full weight. Notice if there is a tightness in your jaw, a little bracing, as if you are preparing for a difficult conversation or defending an old boundary. Notice if your hands are clenched or if your fingers are tucked tightly, as if trying to grip onto an identity that is slowly slipping through your fingers. You don't have to hold it all together tonight. You don't need to solve the tension in your relationships before you sleep. Just let that tension soften, even just a little. Let the night hold the uncertainty of who you are becoming. There is no need to force yourself back into an old shape tonight. There is only the need to breathe and to let the transition happen quietly in the dark. Story 5. When Julia stops shrinking herself to still feel like a good daughter. The parking garage was deep and quiet, tucked beneath the city streets where the air always felt a little heavier, a little stiller. The light came from overhead fluorescents that flickered with a low rhythmic hum, casting a sickly yellow glow over the rows of parked cars. It was the kind of light that smoothed over the edges of things, making the concrete pillars look soft and blurred, yet the air itself felt sharp with the scent of damp stone and the faint metallic sting of old exhaust. Julia sat in the driver's seat, her car parked near a corner where the shadows pooled a bit more thickly. She had turned the engine off minutes ago, but she hadn't moved. The sudden silence that follows. Turning a key is a heavy thing. It presses against the windows like a physical weight, making the cabin of the car feel small and insulated, a private bubble of stillness in the middle of the underground gloom. Her purse sat slumped on the passenger seat, a dark, shapeless mass in the dimness. On the dashboard, the small, bright screen of her phone pulsed with a new notification, a voicemail from her mother. Julia didn't reach for the phone immediately. She watched the way the dashboard clock ticked forward, 1 minute at a time, watching the light from the instrument panel dance slightly against the grain of the steering wheel. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, she pressed play. The voice that filled the small, enclosed space was warm. It was a voice Julia had known her entire life, a voice that carried the scent of home, of Sunday mornings, of a specific kind of safety. It was laced with a gentle, insistent sort of concern that felt like a soft blanket being pulled too tight around the shoulders. Her mother spoke of the upcoming weekend, of a cousin's recent promotion, of the way the garden was finally starting to bloom after the late frost. She spoke of trivial things, the small, mundane details of a life shared across a distance. But as the message played, Julia heard the secondary layer. It was a subtle, persistent pull, woven into the very cadence of her mother's breath. Her mother spoke to her as if Julia's adulthood were merely a temporary phase, a season of life that was simply waiting to pass. There was a way she phrased her suggestions, not as opinions, but as if they were truths waiting to be rediscovered. She spoke to the daughter who still needed guidance, the version of Julia who could still be steered, nudged, or corrected with the right combination of a soft, worried sigh and a well-timed memory. Julia pressed play a second time. She had to. She needed to hear it again to see if she was misinterpreting the tension. As the message looped, the truth became clearer. She heard the love in her mother's tone. It was deep, steady, and unmistakable. It was an ancient affection, a foundation that had never cracked. But braided into that love was a quiet, unspoken fear. It was the fear of a parent watching the person they protect become someone who no longer requires permission. She heard the subtle pressure to remain negotiable, to keep her life in a state where her mother's influence could still take hold, like an anchor in shallow water. It was a knot of affection and control, so tightly wound that Julia felt a phantom ache in her own chest, as if pulling at one thread would inevitably unravel the other. Outside, the weather had shifted. A light rain had begun to fall, and the sound of it tapping against the windshield was rhythmic and hollow. The droplets streaked across the glass, blurring the harsh, geometric lines of the concrete pillars and the distant, glowing exit signs. The world outside the car was turning into a smudge of gray and amber. The blue light from the phone screen cast a pale, ghostly glow over Julia's hands. She realized her fingers were curled tightly around the steering wheel, her knuckles white and stiff in the dimness. She was bracing herself, as if a physical impact were coming, even though she was just sitting in a parked car in a silent garage. She looked toward the thick concrete pillar standing just inches from her driver's side door. It was massive, unmoving, and indifferent. It had been there through seasons of change, through the passing of countless, through the quiet shifts of the people who walked past it. It didn't need to react to the shifting dynamics of the people around it. It simply held its space. In the silence between the breaths of the voicemail, Julia felt a sudden, quiet clarity. She realized she did not need to reach back through time to find that younger version of herself, the one who would nod and agree, the one who would shrink her own needs just to keep the peace and keep her mother's heart calm. She realized that she did not need to prove her love by proving her obedience. The love was still there. It was in the very fact that she was sitting here, listening, feeling the weight of the connection. The relationship was changing, shifting its shape like sand under a tide, but the essence of the bond remained. She could hold the memory of the daughter her mother loved, with all the sweetness and the neediness of that old role, while still inhabiting the skin of the woman she had actually become. She could love the mother and still be the woman who had outgrown the old way of being loved. She let out a long, slow breath, watching the faint mist of it disappear into the dark interior of the car. She reached out, tapped the screen to end the playback, and set the phone face down. The rain continued its steady, drumming rhythm on the roof, and for the first time in a long time, the silence in the garage didn't feel like a weight. It felt like space. Story 6. When Ben feels the loneliness of being loved for an old version of himself. The living room was draped in that heavy, particular stillness that only arrives after a house has been full of people. It is a silence that feels thick, almost like a weight settling onto the furniture. The air still held the faint, lingering scent of wood smoke from the fireplace, and the sweet, sharp aroma of the spiced tea they had all shared earlier. The party had ended an hour ago, and the sudden absence of voices felt physical, like a pressure lifting away from the walls, leaving a hollow space behind. Ben moved through the quiet, his footsteps muffled by the thick rug. The room looked slightly out of order, like a stage after the actors had left. A few throw pillows lay slumped on the sofa, looking deflated, as if they too were exhausted from the evening's energy. On the coffee table, a small, dark ring from a damp coaster sat next to a half-empty bowl of nuts, a tiny, overlooked remnant of the night's conviviality. He carried a wicker basket balanced against his hip, filled with the contents of the dryer. As he reached into the basket, the warmth of the laundry rose to meet him. It was a gentle, humid heat that smelled of clean cotton and unscented soap. It was a comforting, grounding smell, one that usually signaled the end of a long day. He sat in the single armchair, positioned in the soft amber glow of the floor lamp. The light didn't reach the corners of the room, leaving the edges of the house in a soft velvet shadow. He began the slow, rhythmic task of folding. He took a warm shirt from the pile, smoothing the fabric with the flat of his palm, pressing out the small wrinkles left by the tumbling heat. As he worked, a strange, hollow sensation began to settle in his chest. It wasn't a sharp pain, but more of a dull, rhythmic ache. It was a specific kind of loneliness, the kind that doesn't come from being alone, but from the realization of being unseen. The evening had been, by all accounts, a wonderful night. His friends had arrived with easy warmth. The room had filled with the familiar cadence of shared jokes and old stories. They had laughed at the same old anecdotes, the ones that had been part of their group for years. But as he folded the warm cotton, Ben felt the weight of the performance he had just completed. To them, he was still the person they had always known. The one with the quick, easy wit. The one who could diffuse any tension with a well-timed remark, the one who seemed entirely untouched by the heavier, quieter parts of life. He had met their expectations with a practiced, effortless grace. He had leaned into the old version of himself, the one that was loud and buoyant and slightly indestructible. He had played the part of the joker, the steady, unchanging pillar of the group. But as he smoothed a sleeve, he felt the ache of the man who was actually sitting in this chair. This was a man who had spent the last few months seeking silence, who had learned to sit with discomfort rather than joke it away, and who found more peace in a still room than in a crowded one. The man in the chair was much more fragile and much more still than the man they had just been toasted. He reached for a pair of socks, pulling them from the pile. They were still warm from the dryer, a small pulsing heat against his fingers. He began to pair them, tucking one inside the other, a neat, small task. He felt a profound exhaustion, not from the physical work of the house, but from the emotional labor of maintaining a shape that no longer fit. It is a tiring thing, he realized, to be loved for a version of yourself that is already past. There is a peculiar grief in being known so well, yet being understood so poorly. He loved these people deeply. Their presence in his life was a steady, comforting constant. He didn't want to lose them. He didn't want to push them away. But as he sat there in the amber light, the warmth of the laundry pressed against his legs, he felt the widening gap between the person they celebrated and the person who was currently folding their shirts in the dark. He didn't feel anger toward them. He couldn't. They were simply interacting with the map they held of him, unaware that the landscape had changed. They were loving a ghost, and he was letting them, because it was easier than breaking their hearts with the truth of his transformation. He reached for another shirt, his movements slow and methodical. The warmth of the fabric was a small, grounding comfort in the quiet room. He realized that he didn't need to call them or stage a moment of profound revelation to bridge this gap. He didn't need to force them to see the newness of him all at once. The change didn't need to be a loud announcement. It was simply a fact, as quiet as the cooling tea or the fading light. In the stillness of the empty house, he allowed himself to simply inhabit this new, quieter truth. He accepted that for now, the person they loved was a memory, and the person who was actually here was someone they had yet to meet. He leaned into the warmth of the basket, letting the honest, lonely reality of the moment be enough. He focused on the texture of the cotton, the heat of the socks, and the steady, slow rhythm of his own breathing. He was here. He was different. And for tonight, that was enough. Story 7. When Rachel learns that loving someone does not require self-erasure. The monastery guest room was a small, sparse space, holding only the essentials of a quiet night. There was a narrow bed with a thin white blanket, a simple wooden chair, and a small ceramic basin of water resting on a low table. The air was cool and carried the faint, sweet scent of damp earth and cedar from the surrounding woods. Outside, the night was alive with the rhythmic, steady song of insects in the garden, a low hum that seemed to pulse in the darkness, a vibration felt more in the chest than heard in the ears. Rachel sat at the small wooden desk, the chair creaking softly. A small, sharp sound that seemed to echo against the bare walls. Before her lay an envelope, its heavy cream-colored paper catching the faint amber light of a single low-wattage bulb. She had spent the last hour writing a letter she knew with a quiet, heavy certainty that she might never actually mail. Her fingers traced the edge of the paper, feeling the slight grain of the fiber. The words on the page were a map of a friendship that was slowly drifting into a different country. For years, this person had been her anchor, the one who knew her history and held the keys to her most familiar memories. But as Rachel had moved deeper into this life of stillness, a life of boundaries, and a more focused inward devotion, the bridge between them had begun to change. The person she was becoming no longer spoke the same language of shared chaos and constant, frantic availability that the old friendship required. She looked down at her sandals, placed neatly and side by side on the stone floor by the bed. They looked so simple, so unassuming. She thought of the physical sensation of the last few months, the heavy pulling ache in her solar plexus. Whenever her phone lit up with a message, the subtle, stinging guilt that arose when she chose to stay in the silence of her retreat rather than engage in the old performative rhythms of their connection. It was a weight she carried in her shoulders, a tension that made her breath shallow. She had felt as though her growth were a form of abandonment, as if by choosing this quiet path, she were intentionally leaving her friend behind in the noise. She had spent many nights wondering if she was simply becoming cold, or if the new Rachel was just a more refined way of being selfish. A sliver of moonlight began to creep across the floor, a pale, translucent finger of light that reached toward the edge of the desk. It illuminated the wood grain, showing every tiny indentation and scar in the timber. Rachel watched the light, her breathing slow and rhythmic, trying to match the pace of the shadows. She reached out and touched the ceramic basin of water near her bed. The surface was perfectly still, a dark mirror. She thought of how much energy she had spent trying to find a middle ground, a way to stay the person who could be summoned at any hour, the person who could absorb the other's turbulence without ever asking for space. She had been trying to force a way to be both the old Rachel and this new version, hoping to find a way to bridge the gap without acknowledging that the gap was real. But that middle ground was a fiction she had been clinging to out of fear. The friction she felt in her heart wasn't a sign of failure or a lack of compassion. It was simply the feeling of two different lives, two different rhythms, no longer fitting into the same small, shared space.
The spiritual work she had been doing wasn't about becoming a person who was endlessly accommodating, a vessel that simply took on whatever shape was poured into it. It wasn't about becoming a saint of self-sacrifice, a ghost of a person who exists only to facilitate the comfort of others. It was about the much harder, much more human task of becoming someone who could hold a deep, unwavering love for another person without having to erase her own edges to make that love work. She thought of the way a tree grows. It does not ask permission to thicken its bark or extend its roots deeper into the dark soil. It does not apologize to the forest for occupying more space or for changing its canopy. It simply persists in its own unfolding. She looked at the letter one last time. The ink was dry, the loops of the letters steady and certain. The words were honest, even the parts that felt like a goodbye. Even if this envelope remained tucked in a drawer, even if it never crossed the distance to her friend's mailbox, it had served its purpose. It had allowed her to witness her own heart, to acknowledge the grief of the departure, and to honor the person she had become. The moonlight moved further across the floor, leaving the desk in soft, velvet shadow. Rachel stood up, her movements careful and slow, mindful of the creak of the floorboards. She picked up the letter, feeling its weight in her hand, and placed it carefully inside the desk. She smoothed the surface of the wood with her palm, then turned toward the bed. As she lay down, pulling the thin white blanket up to her chin, she let the weight of the day settle into the mattress, allowing the truth of the letter to exist quietly in the dark, needing nothing from her but to be known. Story 8. When Brother Thomas remembers someone he outgrew but never stopped loving. The monastery archive was a room of deep, settled shadows, smelling of aged paper, dust, and the dry, sweet scent of cedar. It felt like a place where time didn't pass so much as it gathered, settling in the corners of the heavy wooden shelves like fallen leaves. A single low lamp sat on the edge of a long trestle table, casting a small, amber circle of light that barely reached the dark stacks surrounding it. Outside, a steady, rhythmic rain was falling, a soft, relentless drumming against the tiled roof that made the interior feel even more tucked away, even more sheltered from the world of movement. Brother Thomas sat alone in that small, golden circle. He could feel the heavy, coarse texture of his wool sleeve brushing against the edge of the table every time he shifted his weight. The room was so quiet that he could hear the tiny, rhythmic click of the cooling lamp filament and the distant, muffled rush of water
moving through the stone gutters outside. He reached out, his hand moving through the cool, still air of the room, and felt the smooth, cold surface of the table before his fingers found the edge of a heavy cedar drawer. He was looking through an old parish photograph, a black and white image pulled from a folder that had been resting in that dark drawer for decades. The paper was slightly brittle, making a small, crisp, bone-like sound as he smoothed it out under his thumb. He paused, letting the sound hang in the silence, waiting for the vibration to fade before he continued. In the photo, a group of young people stood in front of the old stone church, their faces bright and unlined, captured in a moment of restless summer energy. Among them was a man he had once called his closest friend, a man from the life he had left behind, a life of loud restaurants, late-night debates, and the constant driving need to be seen. Thomas looked at the man's eyes in the photograph, eyes that were still searching, still hungry for the next thing, and he felt a sudden, sharp flicker of recognition, not of the man, but of the version of himself that had once lived in that same hungry gaze. As Thomas stared at the image, he felt a tender, quiet ache in his underlying chest. It wasn't a sharp or sudden pang, but a soft, heavy sensation, like the weight of a well-worn blanket on a cold night. He remembered the early years of his vocation, a time when the transition from that old life to this one felt less like a choice and more like a tearing. He remembered the heavy, frantic pull of that previous world and the intense, almost desperate desire to remain the person his friend understood. He had spent so much energy, so many months of his early monastery life, trying to be the person who could still laugh at the same jagged jokes, participate in the same social rhythms, and see the world through that same lens of ambition and constant movement. He remembered a specific evening years ago, sitting in a crowded, brightly lit cafe, feeling the sweat on his palms as he tried to force a smile at a joke that no longer moved him. He had been performing. He had been squeezing his new, quieter, more observant self into the narrow, familiar shape that his friend recognized, terrified that any deviation would be seen as a withdrawal of affection. He had treated his own growth like a betrayal, a slow motion desertion of a comrade. He traced the edge of the photograph, his finger hovering near the face of the man in the picture. His skin felt dry against the old paper. He realized now, in the stillness of the archive, that the person in the image no longer existed. That version of him had faded, not through a sudden loss or a dramatic falling out, but through a natural, quiet unfolding, like the slow, inevitable change of seasons. He had simply outgrown the role of the companion who could participate in that specific, high-energy life.
The closeness they once shared, which had been built on shared social circles and common driving goals, could not survive the person Thomas had become. The vessel was the same, but the contents had changed. He looked down at the cedar drawer where the photo had been stored, the dark grain of the wood, visible in the lamplight, looking like deep, frozen ripples. He listened to the rainwater rushing through the gutter, a sound of constant, unhurried movement and release. He found himself reflecting on the nature of letting go. For a long time, he had thought letting go meant an ending, a finality that felt like a failure, like a door slamming shut. He had thought it meant leaving something behind in the dark, leaving a piece of his heart abandoned. But sitting here in the dim archive, surrounded by the records of lives long past, he saw that it was something much gentended. It was not a bitter act. It was not a rejection of the man in the photo or the beautiful, intense friendship they had shared. It was simply the recognition that some things are meant to be held in a different shape. He realized that the deepest kind of love is the kind that does not grasp. It is the love that allows the old, tight, straining form of a relationship to dissolve, not so that the love disappears, but so that it can breathe in a new way. He could still carry that man in his heart with all the tenderness of a cherished memory, without needing to force himself back into the person he used to be. The love remained, steady and quiet, even as the old way of being together had passed away. The person in the photograph was safe, held in the stillness of his memory, no longer needing to be performed, no longer needing to be fed by his presence. He could simply let the memory be as natural and as peaceful as the rain on the roof. He carefully slid the photograph back into its folder. The paper made that same small, crisp sound as it met the heavy paper of the file. He closed the drawer, the wood sliding against wood with a muffled, grounding thud. He sat for a moment longer, watching the single amber light of the lamp, breathing in the scent of the old paper in the rain, content to let the past be exactly what it was. A beautiful, finished chapter held gently in the dark. The night has carried us through so many quiet, separate rooms, each one a small container for a different version of ourselves. We have sat in the heavy silence of an empty kitchen long after the house has gone still, feeling nothing but the residual warmth of dishwater on tired, pruned hands and the rhythmic hum of a refrigerator in the corner. We have watched a familiar face flicker and then vanish in the dark, streaking glass of a passing train, leaving only the ghost of a reflection behind. We have felt the small, stubborn, tactile resistance of a metal zipper moving through thick fabric, a tiny friction in the dark.
We have leaned our weight against damp wooden railings in the cool, salt-heavy night air, feeling the grain of the wood beneath our palms, and sat in the lonely amber glow of a dashboard in a silent, concrete parking garage where the only sound is the ticking of a cooling engine. We have held the humid warmth of freshly folded laundry, the stinging weight of an unsent letter tucked into a drawer, and the stillness of an old glossy photograph found in a dim, dust-moted archive. All of these moments share the same heavy, tender pulse. They are all stories of a shape changing. There is a specific quiet ache that comes when you realize you are outgrowing the architecture of a relationship. It isn't always a loud breakage or a sudden storm. Often it is a slow, subterranean shifting, like the way a house settles into its foundation over decades. You wake up one morning and realize the corners of your life no longer align with the people who inhabit them. The gaps between who you were and who you are becoming begin to widen, and as they do, a sudden, sharp, frantic urge takes hold. We feel a desperate need to bridge that gap at any particular cost, to find a way to retroactively shrink ourselves back into the old, narrow spaces just to stop the widening. We feel the phantom pressure of being squeezed into a mold that has become too small, yet we pull at the edges, trying to make the fit work again. We tell ourselves that if we do not keep ourselves small enough to fit into the roles people expect, we are somehow breaking a sacred promise. We carry this heavy, quiet fear that to expand is to betray. It is so easy to mistake the end of a familiar pattern for the end of a love. We see the fraying edges of a shared habit and assume the thread itself is breaking. But there is a profound difference between moving away from a person and erasing yourself just to stay near them. You can hold a deep, unwavering affection for the people in your life, even as you realize you can no longer play the parts they have written for you. You can love the person who still sees you as the peacemaker, even while your very bones are learning the necessity of a boundary. You can love the person who expects your silence, even as you are discovering the weight and the value of your own voice. This kind of love does not require your disappearance. It does not demand that you become a ghost in your own life just to remain a presence in theirs. The love does not have to leave. It only needs to change its form. It needs to loosen its grip on the person you used to be so that it can find a way to exist with the person you are now. This is the hard, slow work of the transition, allowing the love to redistribute itself. It is the process of letting the old, rigid structures of connection crumble so that a new, more flexible way of being together can take root. It is a shedding of skin, not a discarding of the heart. The night does not require a verdict. You do not need to decide tonight which connections are too strained to hold or which people you must move away from. You do not need to solve the tension between your loyalty and your growth while you are trying to rest. You do not need to litigate the past or map out the future in the middle of the dark. For now, just allow the old shapes to soften. Let the discomfort of the shift exist without the need to fix it. Let the friction of the widening gap be just a sensation, a movement of parts, rather than a crisis to be managed. Allow the love to remain, even if the old way of being together has reached its natural, inevitable end. There is enough room in the darkness for both the love you have and the person you are becoming. There is enough space in the quiet for the expansion to happen unseen beneath the surface.
Now let the stories slowly drift away. Let the image of the train window, the rhythmic flicker of passing trees, move into the distance. Let the warmth of the laundry, the scent of sun-dried cotton, and the quiet dust-mote stillness of the archive room recede. Let the dampness of the wooden railing, the way the mist clung to the grain, and the soft amber glow of the dashboard dissolve, melting into the specific, unmoving stillness of your own room. The world outside the walls of this space is becoming a blur, a smudge of indistinct shapes as the focus shifts inward toward the immediate and the tactile. Bring your attention back to the physical reality of your own body. Feel the heavy, honest weight of your limbs settling into the mattress. Notice the way the sheets press against your skin, a subtle, constant presence. Feel the pull of gravity, steady and certain, holding you exactly where you are, anchoring you to the earth. There is no need to move. There is no need to reach. There is no need to brace yourself against the night. Soften your forehead. Let the tiny, tired muscles around your eyes grow heavy and smooth, as if a fine, cool layer of silt has settled over them, silencing the constant, reflexive scanning of the day. Let your jaw drop, just a fraction, releasing the tension of every word you held back today and every word you felt you had to say simply to keep the peace. Feel the small, quiet opening between your teeth. Let your throat open soft and unobstructed, no longer a passage for swallowed grievances or forced smiles. Let your shoulders sink deeper into the bedding, as if they are finally being permitted to stop carrying the structural load of your entire life. There is no one to perform for in this room. The eyes that watch you, the ears that listen for your mistakes or your changes are not here.
There is no role to play in this darkness. There is no version of yourself that you need to maintain for anyone else right now. The person you were this morning, navigating the friction of expectation, the person you were yesterday, navigating the ghosts of old patterns, and the person others expect you to be. You can all set those identities down just for a little while. You can leave them by the edge of the bed, like a heavy damp coat, stiff with the salt of old efforts, a garment you no longer need to wear. Notice the subtle, physical lightness that comes as you unburden yourself of the need to be recognizable, to be legible, to be the person they still know. The person you are in this moment, this quiet, breathing, resting person, is enough. You are enough exactly as you are, without the need to be understood or to be useful or to be consistent with the memory others hold of you. Let the need to be understood fall away. Let the need to be the person who stays the same, the one who remains a fixed point in someone else's landscape, fall away. As you drift toward sleep, allow the love you hold for others to remain. Do not try to push it away or solve the ache of it. Do not try to fix the distance that has grown between you and those you love, or bridge the gaps that have opened in the fabric of your shared history. Do not try to bridge the widening space with frantic effort. Let that warmth stay in your heart, even as the old, tight, desperate ways of holding it begin to loosen. Like the way a hand, after years of gripping a smooth stone, finally relaxes its fingers. Let the love remain, even as the grip softens. You are not losing them. You are simply changing the way you carry them. You do not have to decide anything tonight. You do not have to decide who stays, who drifts, or who becomes a stranger. Those things can wait for the morning, for the light, for the noise. Let the love stay, even while the old, rigid shape of it loosens for these few hours of rest. The darkness around you is not a void to be feared or a hollow to be filled. It is a place of replenishment. It is a place where you can simply exist without the weight of expectation or the pressure of being the person they remember. In this dark, there is no judgment, only the steady, unblinking presence of the room. Feel your breath, not as a task or a focus, but as a quiet, natural rhythm. In and out. A soft, internal tide. Notice the way the air enters, cool and thin, and how it leaves, warm and heavy. Feel the expansion of your chest, the gentle rise and fall, a slow, rhythmic pulse that is the only thing that truly belongs to you. Sleep now. Let the world Be as it is, fragmented and shifting. Let yourself be as you are, settling in the deep, unobserved quiet. Good night.